Okay.
Hello.
Recording now. Yes.
Good morning, Yolande.
Good morning.
Please, initially you said the different types of SQL,
Mm-hmm.
and now you said the different types of database.
Hafiz, don't worry. Hafiz would summarize it. Hafiz knows what I'm saying. Hafiz will summarize it and send it to you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next thing we need to know is the same way we had primary keys and foreign keys when we're doing Excel is the same way, and it's the same format, the same logic, right? The same way in a table, the primary key is, the one for that table, for example, and any other important keys you can see will be called the foreign key. The same logic, the same format, and the same understanding. There's really not much difference between it. If you understand primary keys and foreign keys from the beginning, from Excel, you will understand it almost all through. Even when you eventually go and learn Python on your own, it's the same logic and the same format, right? um so we're just going to go into like the different types of the different syntaxes and things that we can do within SQL. Okay. Um, this is basically, so we know that the computers understand things in zeros and ones, right? I'm sure that was one of the basic things we must have learned during computer studies when we were in primary school and secondary school. Database index is just that structure. It's basically um it's like that key that is used to sort of like improve the performance of the database. Is That's what SQL sort of understands when you store certain things in the database, right? It's SQL's way of sorting out records, fields, and so on and so forth within that platform. Because I'm trying not to use the word database so you guys don't get confused, because SQL is a database system. If you want to download it, they would say Microsoft SQL Server Management Studios. That's the SQL, but it's within the database frame, right? So it's still a database, is a type of database. Okay. So we're going to go into the different things that we can do with SQL and how it works. So we'll do some SQL commands and some SQL syntaxes and their importance, and um, how to sort of query your database to get what it is that you need from it. So this is the interface. I expect that everyone has this. If you don't have this by now, that is a personal, that's something you would have to figure out on your own, because I've provided means in which you can get this, and I've also mentioned if you don't want to use the person provided, you can always go ahead to download it on your own. So I expect everyone to have this um, interface by now. Okay. Um, right. So like I said, moving on to things that there are certain key important things that you use or you need when you're setting up your database. Um, you need your tables, right? So that's why I opened this. So this is one, let's say this is the databases we have, for example. There are other things that SSMS can do, which is SQL, that it can do, but we're going to focus on our databases. This is your database, for example. The very first thing when you're using SQL is you have to create your database yourself. We will look into the scripts that you would use to do that. But you have to create your database. So these are the databases I have within my, for example, data focus team, right? If I had clients and other things, I had more clients, it will probably increase. So let's say, for example, you join a team or a company, and if it's like a consultancy company where they get new clients, maybe every time they sign up some clients, then what that would do is you would have to create a new set of database for them. So let's say, for example, a company or a business like Pretty Little Thing comes to your consultancy company and they say, oh, we we want to use you guys for use you guys as our client, right? One of the things you're going to do is first create a database for them, and then from there you can go ahead to do other things. So when you create your database, you're going to name that database, maybe for example the client's name is PLT. You would still say, oh, my client, the database you create will be called PLT. So 1 minute, guys. Sorry about that. So that's the very, very first thing to do. Firstly, create your database. Okay. Now, let's say, for example, I have this database. I want to look into now what's the next step? The next step would be this is after you've already drawn out your schema design. I'm sure someone is going to ask me what's a schema. It's almost the same thing as your ERD. It's basically just I'm sure if we remember when I can't remember who it was that did it, and I said to him, I was like, if you were going to do a database, I don't know if it was Toby, and I was like, if you're going to do a database, this is how you're going to do your schema. I can't remember who it was, but I'm guessing it was Toby that did during his Excel assignments. So schema is basically you get a client and they say to you, this is how our data is, and then you have to take a look into their data, and then you have to create your own. For example, for example PLT, they don't have any SQL. They just have like a platform where they store certain information. Like for example, maybe they use YouGov, for example, for their surveys. So, or Monkey, what's the name of this other platform that you can use as your landing page? I can't remember, Monkey something. So it goes there, or they use Google Analytics, and they are saying to you, oh, so you're going to have to scrape the data from there. So you're going to have to get the data from those platforms and then use that into what we want, right? They don't care how you're going to they don't care how you decide to arrange your data, how you decide to clean they don't care. They just know that they have a platform that stores all of their information, and they know that they have you that would give them an insight from the data that they have. Excuse me. So it's left to you to now decide, oh, okay, since they have it, go into the platforms, have a look at what you can see, or just have a look at the data that they have, decide, then you start to formulate and say, okay, from what I can see, they probably have a column that is called, or they have a particular place that is called orders. They have, some data under users. For example, I'm going to use this. You have some data under products. You are the one that would now design your schema, right? You will now do a schema design to say, okay, in SQL, I'm gonna create these tables. So this is a table, this is a table, this is a table, this is a table, and this is a table. I'm hoping you guys can see my screen. Yes?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes, we can.
then you can now go ahead to say, oh, this this is how I'm going to create, this is what I'm going to create inside the database that I'm creating in SQL. Now, the reason why I said sometimes this might not be your work is because a lot of times data engineers are the ones that do these things. They are the ones that will clean. They are the ones that will take it from the data warehouse and push it through and all of those things. However, sometimes you find, especially, I'm sure, especially in Nigeria, you find that you're doing all of this together. Okay, because as an analyst, all you need to do is actually just get the data, clean it, and analyze. But sometimes you find that you have to create the schema, create the data. So you're legit doing that. Data engineers in a proper data team are the ones that will do this for you. Okay, they are the ones that will look into doing that for you. That's not your role, but it's a very good thing to know how to do. So I learned it. I knew about it, but I did it while working, right? And that was because I asked for more. So I told them, since I was the one, my client was new, I was the only one on my client, I would do everything, right? So I did all of this. I created a schema for my client, arranged the IDs, and then in looking at looking at the data was when I realized, okay, there's this ID for this particular column or this particular space. I would use this as the foreign key. You are the one that would decide all of that, not you. You shouldn't be you, but I'm just saying that if you ever find yourself in that situation, then you will create this and look at the other things that you think would go into, and then you can ask questions, right? But the reason why I said this is for data engineers is because they are the ones that are supposed to ask the questions and say, oh, under your orders table, I can see that there's this column, there's this column, there's this one particular column, is this supposed to go under orders or orders item? Things like that. It's data engineers that are supposed to know, but sometimes you find that within a role you do, it's interchangeable, so you will still do this. Okay, so it's good to know how to do this. So once you've figured out all the tables that you're going to create, and you know what your foreign key, primary key, everything is going to be, then you can now go ahead and create a database. You can create the tables, right? If I open this folder, you will see the columns, right? If I open this, you will see the key. So you will see the primary key and the foreign key. Okay. And so on and so forth. Okay. So yeah, so once you create the tables and you know your schema, then there is something called views, right? There's the views and the materialized views. I feel it's assignment number 2. Read and tell me what the difference between materialized view and the normal view. What's the difference? And the reason why I want you guys to know this is because sometimes it might just be that a materialized view is more useful for you. I'm not going to teach you what materialized view is. I'm only going to teach you how to create a normal view. However, it's good to know. So it's one of those good to knows, because not every company approves for you to use a materialized view for reasons best known to them. But it is a very, very, very good to know. Okay, so I advise know what the materialized view is. Once I teach you the normal view, you're able to sort of you're able to sort of it's not the same way primary keys and foreign keys are the same from Excel to SQL and everything else. You'll be able to do the same thing, right? So that's the second bit of assignment, the difference between the materialized view and the normal view. So you create your views, and then a lot of times it is the views we push into Power BI. Okay, I don't need to tell you all of this. However, you have privilege to my wealth of knowledge, quote unquote, and it's just good for you to know this ahead of time so that when you start working, you know what to do. and you're not confused. Usually it is the views that we push into Power BI and we use to create a beautiful dashboard. If we are not taking, if the data is going to be taken from SQL, that is. So if you're working in a company where their data is from Excel, then you're good, you're fine. But if you're working in a company where they use more of SQL, and maybe other visualization platforms like Power BI or Tableau, you have to create views. If views you're going to use to push in or push through a lot of times your Power BI. Okay, so that's the whole schema of SQL. That's how you understand what SQL is. You create you first create, you do a schema design. You create your database. You create your database, you create your tables, you put your foreign keys and the primary keys where they are supposed to be within your tables, and then you go ahead to create your views and you get prepared, test your data, and then you get prepared for Power BI. Is that clear? Is that question? Is it confusing for anyone just yet? We haven't started anything, but I just want you to understand the process and procedure to get you to a certain result using SQL. Is that clear?
Please, can you run the procedure once again?
Okay. So you create you draw your schema design. You have your schema design. If you get into a company where you're the one that would have to create the database and all of those things, then you need to first get a schema design. You get a schema design. Once you create your schema design, then you create your database, and then you create your tables. You put your foreign keys, primary keys where they are supposed to be, and then you create your views. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else doesn't understand or wants a recap? Are we good? Okay. Now, now that we understand the process and the procedures, then we can go into syntaxes. So we have very basic syntaxes. Remember I said, I didn't put create here. Remember I mentioned, you have to, if you paid attention, I kept saying you have to create your database, you have to create your tables. Like I've always told my students and anyone that cares to listen, right? Your SQL is simple English. The moment you get that through to yourself, the moment you understand that, it is easier for you to conquer SQL. Do not see, yes, everybody out in the world will tell you, oh, it's one of is a programming, is one of the learning programming languages we have. They might be correct, they might not be correct. However, for you as a student that wants to learn this, see it as English. Say to yourself, I'm going to read this as English. When we start writing queries, you would understand. But see it as English. Say to yourself, this is English for me. Okay? Because the moment you're able to tell your brain, we are just writing in English, it is way easier for you to, um, understand what it is you're doing. It is way easier. But if you see it as a very time for you to get there where you're like, oh, okay, this is easy. But the moment you see it as English, it's very easy. You know that what you're saying is, I want to create a database, for example, right? We're going to do a test. So when you get to this interface, the first thing you want to do is new query. It will tell you to connect. Once you connect to your workstation, you do a new query. Be sure that your new query is connected to where you want it to be connected to. So this part of SQL is very important. This part has thrown people off because they feel like, oh my God, it's not working. My code is not running. My code is showing, you would see what I'm saying. My code is showing multiple R's. This is why. Okay? This is why, because it's not in the correct place. If I want to query something from database, data focus batch 1, and I've written my SQL syntax and it's under master, it would keep throwing what's it called? It would keep throwing errors for me automatically. Okay? So you have to be very, 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 very careful of that. Okay? And then another thing is here, if you ever, maybe if you don't shut down your SQL, or one thing or another happens and you are trying to run it and it keeps popping, you have to connect. Just come here, click on this, it will pop up that window for you again and you can connect and you're back in. Okay, so let's say, for example, I want to create a database. All I'm going to say is create MIDI. And I'm going to tell it where I want it to go to. Okay, I'm going to tell it where I want it to create this MIDI, right? But I'm trying to make you understand that every single thing is English, absolute English. Like you don't have, if I want to get something from here, from this table, right? I would say, you know how you tell maybe you tell a dog to fetch or find. It's basically, I would just say select, right? Select whatever it is. If it's X, for example, I want to try and get from that table. And I'm going to tell it, okay, I want you to select that X, but I want you to select it from this table, right? So let's say the tables I have here is lecturer. I'll just tell it from lecturer. Now, you will still see red here because it's on the master. The moment I change this to data focus 1, this would disappear. See how the red disappear? The X is there because there's nothing like X. There's no table or there's no column underneath any of the table that is called X. I'm teaching you how to write your queries, but I'm also teaching you how to learning how to debug your errors, right? Sometimes it will do this and nothing is wrong. But a lot of times when you see SQL underlining something for you in red, something is wrong, right? So you need to do the minor checks. These minor checks, people don't do it. Trust me, even people that have been working as a data analyst for years, they forget this thing. I have seen, so I know. So you have to also pay attention to that. The moment I put something that is here, let's say, for example, I say there's a column on that. No, let's look at lecturers, since lecturers is what I use. There's a column called date. So if I say select date, we are back. You see that the moment I remove this, the from gave me a red line. That's SQL saying to you, incorrect syntax, which means you haven't told me what to select. I know what table I'm taking it from, but what am I taking from that table? Okay. So if I put date, that would disappear because now I've told SQL where I wanted to take it from and what I wanted to take. Okay. So again, pay attention. First thing, we want to create a database. I'm going to tell it create this. Second thing, I want something from that database. I'm going to tell it select this particular column from this table. I don't need to tell it what database to select from as long as I've done that here. Does that make sense? Is anyone confused yet?
I'm confused.
Okay. What's making you confused? Where is the confusion coming from?
Like from the beginning, it was a create video, create another thing. I didn't get it right yet.
It's very simple. You want to create a database, right? Please mute yourself. You want to create a database. You're going to simply say create the name of the database. If your name of your database is Adekunle, create Adekunle. There's no confusion there. You're just telling it, you're telling SQL, you know what, I need a database that will be called transaction. So I want you to create that database for me. Now, to create a database, I can now say, if I say this, and I go back to there are different ways to create a database, but I want to show you without I don't want to show you the first. I don't want to show you the shortcut first. See, I have told the moment. See, when I put create and I didn't put database, there was again, pay attention. When I didn't put database, SQL automatically underlined the two words for me. If I undo and put database, the two reds are gone, which means that I'm doing something right. If I remove it, SQL would underline it for me to tell me you're doing something wrong or you haven't finished your statement. It is English. I have just said create database midday. English. Does that make sense? That is English. That is me saying to SQL, like, I need a new database and I want it to be called midday. So I need you to create that database for me. Does that make sense?
It's making sense.
Good. So if I say to SQL, create this for me, if I want a table, it's the same way. I have the script written here. I will tell it create table. Again, English, because SQL understands the name, table, database, even views is the same thing. I want a view. I'm going to say create view and then say the name of the view. It's the same thing. So that's why I said to you, the moment you clock that SQL is English, you're halfway through understanding what it is that you're doing with SQL, because SQL is actually English. I have said create this database, and I have also said create this view, right? So does that make sense?
It is.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Yes, it makes sense.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mayday, could you please upload this lecture note?
After the class.
All right.
Okay, so now we understand the idea between creating a database. It's just a simple one sentence to create that. Okay, so those are basically the syntaxes. If I say create, SQL knows that I wanted to do to put something new for me. If I say select, I'm trying to pick something from that table. Insert is almost the same thing. So let's say, for example, I have created a table. I'm going to use this syntax. I have created a table, but I did not put just created tables, and I created the columns underneath the tables. There is no dumps. You put the data in the columns. That's what you will use to do to enter your data into your columns. You're just going to tell SQL, I want you to insert, and then you would put the format. We will get there. You will put the format in which you want that data to go in, and SQL will put it into the database and into the tables and into the columns for you. That's a simple insert statement. I want to put something into column A. Okay, how will SQL understand that I'm trying to put something into column A? I'm going to have to tell SQL to insert what I want to put into column A for me using the insert word. Simple. Okay. Same thing with updates. If, for example, I need to add something to maybe a table, for example, I would just say update this. Same format. I'll just say please update, alter. All of these things are just same. Again, English. I want it to be drilled into you guys that it is English, right? The moment you understand that everything you're doing right now is just English, is you using English to speak to the database, when you start to encounter errors, it's a bit easier for you, right? Because again, it's readable. You will be able to read it. You'll be able to understand it. But if you don't understand it first, then there will be a problem. Okay, that's when it now seems like, oh my god, SQL is so difficult. I don't understand it. It's just put your mind to it to say, oh, you know what, it's not as bad as it should be. It's just, again, when I said insert and I said you have to put it in the format, this is what I was talking about. So if, for example, let's open this student so that you can see practical examples as we are talking about it. So here now I have this students table. I had already created in here with this script, I had created these columns, and I have done it in this way, right? So SQL is at the moment arranging it for me. If you have a look at it, see, it's arranged it for me. Date is always, in the first column. I think that's an SQL thing. But every single thing would come in the way you have placed it. First name, last name, city, right? I've put date first, but I initially said it should take this ID as the primary key and not accept nulls. We will get into all of that. Just let's take it one step at a time so you guys don't get confused. But if you look here, it's arranged the same way that it is arranged here. Ignore the student ID that is after date. It is just telling the database that this is the primary key. Okay, but if you have a look at how I have arranged it here, that's how it is here. So if I had written this syntax, now there are shortcuts, don't get me wrong, but if you go for an interview or you have a technical test, a lot of times they want to see your scripts, especially if you're entry level. They want to see your scripts. Okay, is when you're maybe 4, 5, 6 years. A lot of times, I even tell people right now, I'm not really in the mood to have tests with people. Any company that's trying to test me right now, they've already lost me because I know what I'm doing and I know what I'm bringing to the table. You're either going to have a conversation with me and understand that or not. So I'm not doing tests no more with no companies. But if you're an entry level, you're going to have to do tests because they don't know if you can do it or not. Okay? And a lot of times when you do the test, this is what they want to see. Right? Yes, there are parts where you ask questions, but this is what they want to see. They want to see that you know how to write your very simple statements. And especially when you're going to present, you're not going to now right click and I will show you guys the shortcuts when you start working proper to get things done quicker. But that's not what you're going to do when you're trying to do an interview. So I see students trying to learn things in shortcuts. I always say it is very important for you to know how to write these things. Very, very important. Okay, so it's arranged this way, right? Like we can see, my insert statements has to be arranged this way as well, because what SQL does is it would insert, if you don't arrange it the same way that it can see it here, and maybe for example I go and put city first, what you've put here is what you will see under city, which would destabilize you and your database. So when I say as a data analyst, attention to detail is very important. These are the little things. They didn't teach me this. I'm going to be very honest with you. With the amount I paid, they didn't teach me this. However, I've learned it on my own. Okay. And I want you to have that privilege knowledge to know that, okay, this is actually the right way to do it. All of this, a lot of these things I know how to do. All of these things I'm saying to you, I learned it on the job. So it was like they threw me into deep waters and I had to swim. Okay. But again, because it was difficult for me, it doesn't have to be difficult for you. So please, when I'm saying certain things, it's not because I just want to talk, it's because I know how important it is when you start working. Pay attention to that, please. Okay, so once you have everything arranged the way it is here, then you can go ahead to write your script and write everything that you want to put into it and so on and so forth. Okay, that's your simple insert statement. Updates is, I've talked about it already. Deletes, let's say for example, I don't use delete a lot because I try not to create things that I have to delete, and that's because it takes memory space within your SQL database. This is talking from an engineer's point of view. So I avoid having things that I have to delete. However, if you need to, you can. Okay, and it's also good for you to know how to do it as well. A lot of times when you want to delete things, you have to use the word drop. You can use the word delete as well, but I think for things like your tables and stuff, it's just better for you to use the word drop. Okay, and so on and so forth. But you can delete as well. Okay. And then we've talked about schemas. Data types is the same way. I think I actually told you guys one of your assignments in Excel where I said, go and find out what the data types are and how they are used. That's your assignment for SQL as well. The reason is because it can be a little different. It's almost the same thing as Excel, but there are some things in SQL that Excel, right straight from the first, if you don't, I think you have to actually go into options to add those other ones. So I want everyone to also, the next assignment, that's the third, this is the third one now, is read about the data types you have within SQL, what they are used for, why do we have them. Off the top of my head, I can mention at least 5. We have big ints, we have int, we have float, we have decimal, we have varchar, We have nvarchar. This is why I want you to read, because even if you have all of this in Excel, you don't really have this in Excel. Okay, we have nvarchar. We have yeah, I said 5. I've mentioned 5, but you get the point. This is off the top of my head, and I know what each and every one of them they do. Again, they didn't teach me, but it is good for you to know. Okay, so I want you to read up. There are a lot, so I can't say go and read everything, but find, if we go to Google and say the 10 most important data types in SQL, it will pop out something for you. Okay, so I want you guys to read up on 20 of the most important and write them out and tell me what the uses are and why what we use them for within tables and why we choose those particular data types. So what I mean is, for example, floats and decimal are almost the same thing, but there's a difference. So if you're writing about float, I want you to say to me, this is why we use floats and this is what it is used for. This is why we use decimal and this is what we use it for. Okay, there is a difference. Even varchar and nvarchar, there is a difference. So I want you guys to read up on 20 most important data types in SQL and what they are used for and why we use them for those things that they are used for. Okay, right. So this, once I've uploaded and we go through certain things, this would make sense to everyone. But for now, let's just leave it as that. Okay. Right. Amazing. So now, do we understand up until this point? Let me even backtrack a bit. Do we all understand up until this point? It's going to be a very practical class. But do we all understand up until this point?
No, I don't understand actually, because
What don't you understand? What don't you understand?
creating what you just created now on this place, it's quite
I
confusing.
haven't created anything. I've just explained how to use SQL and what to use it for and how it works. I haven't created anything. I've just said to you, if you want to create a database, all you have to do, please mute yourself. If you want to create a database, all you have to do is say create database. If you want to create a view, all you have to say is create a view. If you want to insert into a database, all you have to say is insert. I have just explained the syntaxes and for you to understand that it is English, but I have not done anything else. I didn't run this, so I didn't do it. I haven't done anything else. I've just explained how it works. So I've just explained how it works. I haven't created nothing. But if you don't understand how it works, then we cannot even go into creating anything, which is why initially when I explained it, I kept asking, does everyone understand?
You can carry on. I'll get the hang of it while you
Okay.
continue.
Okay. Right. So now let's start writing. Again, it's going to be a very practical class, and I'm not going to do it much. I'm going to tell you guys what to do. That is why I said I believe everyone has SQL right now on their system. Please, if you don't have, now is the time to speak.
Okay, yes, so I have SQL on my system, but I noticed that when
I can't hear you again.
I saw,
Your line is breaking. You notice that what?
so when I tried to log in, it showed me connect, showed it services, integration services, reporting services, Azure and Azure SSIS. So I just clicked cancel. And when I clicked cancel,
I can't hear you.
the
Your
home
line
page
is
that showed
breaking.
Object Explorer.
Your line is breaking. Like you say something and then I won't hear you. If where have you opened this? Is it opened?
Yes, it's open and it's showing what's currently showing me is this face, but it's showing me Object Explorer and Connect with this 6 analysis database engine to Azure.
Then go
Nothing
there and
else.
click on new query. Open new query.
Okay. Okay.
Guys, please be paying attention when I'm doing things in the class because I said it that when you come here, open new query. Have you opened it? Can you see this place?
Sorry,
I
comment.
can't
Let
hear
me.
you. Your line is breaking.
Wow. Okay, I think if I log out, she won't hear me. Okay. Uh,
Are we there?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
on new
Please
query,
help me troubleshoot.
New
or it
query.
showed. Okay, so I clicked on new query and it showed me to write server name or something.
Peter, can you share your screen if possible? Peter, let me see what's going on. So everyone can learn from me as well.
Okay, I'll share my screen now.
Thank you.
Entire screen. Entire screen. Okay.
Anyone who doesn't have should also notify as well. Let me see how to go out from there. Okay, let me see.
Screen.
Click on the server name.
Okay,
Let me
so
see the
this
options
is
are there.
this is new query.
Open server name. Open the server type. Let me see.
Server type. Okay.
Yeah, the options.
This is the two options that are there: database and analysis services.
That's weird. The one is different. Where did you download it from? Because
You said what?
mine have more options than yours. Where did you download it from?
Okay, so if I click on connect here, it shows me all the options. But if I click on new query,
Go back to connect and click database engine. Oh yeah, engine. And
I should go back to what?
No, yeah, the first one. Come to Windows Authentication. Let me see what's there. Normally, it should have connected by itself from there.
I should come to what?
Where you were, why did you go back? Connect, then database engine. Yes, the first one. Then click Windows authentication. Let me see the option that comes up from there. Okay. No, normally it should be the first one. That's that Windows authentication. It should just go from there. I don't know why yours is a bit.
So server name, there's nothing that's supposed to be there.
Automatically, yeah. Your computer gives it server name. That's like your PC's computer. It just goes in directly. It doesn't. You don't have to do anything from here. That's why we advise you guys to just contact that IT guy to help you get it, because it's a bit complex sometimes. You get. So if you attempt to do it by yourself, fine, you not get everything. But
Okay, so what can I do now?
give me a second. Let me see. Let me see if mine have a similar problem. 1 second, please. Usually, I didn't even have a similar issue as yours. Mine just went directly. I was able to log in and use it immediately. Let me see. Does anyone have the same issue? Let me see
Yeah, I
what's
have
going
the
on.
same issue.
You can also log in as well.
Yeah, I'm in the same position.
Let me share my screen and show you guys how mine works. And 1 second. Can you guys see my screen yet?
It's twitching.
It's twitching.
Yeah. Stable now.
So as you can see, this should be there. The name of your computer should be already at the top here. Okay. Let me. And
Are you
then
saying the name of the computer should be the server name?
naturally, that's the way it usually works.
Okay.
If you
Yeah,
probably
mine is like that then.
download it in a different way. 1 second. SQL. So when you like open it, it just pops like that. Automatically it gives you the server name by itself. You don't have to go through that process again. As you can see here. And then you just connect automatically. Can you guys see? So this is the way it works.
Hello.
Hi.
You can't see your screen. It's just like the backdrop.
It seems
Yeah.
you are sharing a different window.
Sorry. 1 second.
Maybe you can enlarge it.
I have multiple screens, so I'm having an issue. 1 second. Let me just fix it from here. Window. Okay. You guys can see now, I'm sure. So this is the first interface here. If your SQL is working fine, this is the first interface you see. And then the first thing you do is to open a new query to query anything you want to do. Okay. So if your SQL is working fine, this is a new window you probably see when you first start. So for those that can follow ahead, just follow ahead. And those that don't have the SQL, the way mine is showing, probably deal with it after class. But usually, even sometimes, if you attempt to download it by yourself, everything works fine from there. I don't know why some of you are having this issue.
Hello. I don't know. I'm just going to suggest that if you're having this issue, you can delete it and try to download it again. Probably something got fiddled with somewhere along the line, and that's why that happened. Just a suggestion, though.
And then Afiz, I remember there was like this my SQL. I downloaded it from one. I think it was one link you pasted one time on Midi. I don't know if you can remember.
Yeah.
Yes, one YouTube link. That was how I downloaded mine, and it's working fine. So I don't know if you can maybe like help
with the link so others can like download, people that have issues with theirs?
Yeah, I'll share that one after class because normally you can do it by yourself and it works. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
because I use that link.
It might be other issue as well. It might be from the computer.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not necessarily SQL.
Okay then.
So it was in the process of the problem usually stems from when you download it and you're trying to install. If you don't follow it according to the steps that was given or you're being told to, because when you install your SSMS, it has a portion where it will tell you to create your workstation. If you don't create your workstation, or it will tell you to use your laptop, because there's an option where it will tell you to use your login details. If you don't do that, then it would not pop that out for you, and that's what's happening to everyone that's having that issue.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So these are where you probably see databases once you've created them. So I've created several here. This was the one we used in our first batch class. And then several here. So databases hold all your tables when you create them. So obviously you can't have a table without having a database first. That's what Olamide was explaining how database works and how to create it. That's the first thing you have to create on your SQL platform before you can start any work. 1 second.
I want everyone to have SQL on their laptop. So I think you guys need to, I don't know, but that's why I told Afis to take over so that you can sort that out. Because if I start and I'm teaching, there will be a lot of me. Can you explain again? Because you're not doing. And that's why I said it's going to be a very practical class. So I'm going to leave Afis with you guys. Everyone that is having that problem, delete your SQL, start again. I don't mind you guys using the next 30-40 minutes to sort that out, and then we will do syntaxes from 12 o'clock, 12:15 after break. But I want everybody to have SQL on their laptop and on their system. So I feel if you can help them as they are having issues, everyone should delete it and reinstall. And that's what I want you to do. I am doing this. I can easily continue with the class and just do what I have to do, tell you how to use it, and not bother, because I expect everyone to have done this already. And if you knew you were having that difficulty, I expected you to have called it out way ahead of the class. That is how to show that you are ready to learn and know what to do. But I am more concerned about you learning and understanding and practical hands with what you're doing. So I'm going to allow it for this time. And I'm going to let Afis help you guys figure out what is going on with your downloads and your database. But please, guys, let this be the last time that you are not fully prepared for class. You had an entire week. We all knew the dates of the classes were sent out by admin. So you had an entire week to prepare, to check, to have a look at it. I know everyone is busy. So am I. So am I. I'm busier than you imagine. So am I. So if I have time to still prepare for you, then you should have time to prepare to receive as well. Afiz, please, that's what I want you guys, I want you to help them with. Let them download it, have it, let it work, and then we can go ahead with class. So whatever it is that we don't finish today, everybody's going to do it as an assignment. And this week, I'm going to be very honest. I've said this before. If you consistently do not do your assignments for 2 to 3 times, you're not getting a reference. And if you come back to me to say you don't understand something, I will send you back to the video, because you're showing to me that you're not ready. And I don't like that. I don't. So everyone should have it on their system. We'll do what we can do today. Everything else we cannot do, everybody's going to have it as an assignment. And I want it completed and submitted by Thursday, because I'm going to actually check. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I sent a YouTube link video on the WhatsApp chats group, and a link for the download as well. So there's a tutorial here. It's quite straightforward, to be honest. I need a meeting, sir. So guys, as you can see, this is this first, what's it called, pop-up window, just like mine as well. So if yours doesn't come like this, it's probably either you didn't go through this process specifically or it's from your computer. As you can see, that's the next stage. There's no like different stage from here. So it was less than like 5 minutes. I'm sure you guys can probably follow along and download it as well. So you can probably move along with the class. I hope you guys were following. We want to just square like this. Are you guys like making what's it called? Are you guys downloading it? Have you guys finished? Are you guys on the way? Have you guys started?
With you.
Sorry, can I share my screen so that you see what I have?
Go ahead, share. Let me see.
Okay.
Did you follow the video process or how to download it? Or you already done it before?
I have something before my system.
Oh, all right, fine, it's fine. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Can you see?
Not yet. Not yet.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet. The option is down there. You can just, there's an option there to share screen or window.
Yeah, that's the thing now. Open share tray, right?
Share, it's called share desktop, yeah. Just by the mic option and the video option. The next one, okay.
Yes, that's
I'm
open
seeing
share tray. I don't know why mine is not showing.
Well, are you using a laptop?
Yes, I'm using a laptop.
Yeah, it should work just like mine as well. Which stage are you now? Have you opened the SQL? Is it okay? It's coming up. It's coming up.
Can you see?
Uh, flip to your screen. This is just the what's it called? The Teams. Are you sharing screen or window? I think there are two options there. No, you can maximize your what's it called SQL table, the SQL window rather.
Yes, I'm coming.
Yeah. If anybody else having issue, just indicate. Let me know. Let's see how we can solve it. If you've downloaded it, that's fine.
Can you see now?
Yes, the video is there. Sorry,
Can you see?
not yet. It's still showing our names and this on Teams.
Hello, Chidima.
Yes.
Stop sharing. When you stop sharing, go to that arrow that has share. Click on it. When you click on it, it will give you an option asking you to either share your screen or share your window.
Okay.
So you should share your window then. You should, select the share window
Okay.
option.
Okay. Share window, right?
Yes.
I'm seeing desktop and window.
You can
Your
choose
desktop. Your
the
desktop.
window.
What?
No, go ahead, Sima, go ahead. Okay.
Which option did you select now?
Window. Sorry, desktop. Desktop.
Desktop. Then it should be your window then. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Let me stop and share again. Can you see now?
Is your what is it called? What are you trying to show? Have you opened the SQL window already? Or the
Okay.
application
See what I have here.
Are you on the SQL window
When
right now?
I want to show you what I have.
Yeah, what are you showing me? What are you seeing from your screen right now? Because I'm seeing something
Okay,
different.
I'm seeing SQL. When I downloaded it, I don't know what happened. So I'm
Okay,
seeing
wait.
SQL.
Sorry. You have to go back and share the opposite thing. If you share screen now, or if you're sharing screen now, share window because I can't see the window. The share screen option is if you have like several screens you're using. A window is if you have just one screen. That's what that's what's it called? You should probably go for if you have just one laptop or something.
So
You
what
choose
should I
share
do?
window, share
There's
window, yeah, and you open the what's it called application you're trying to explain or show. It shows, yeah, just like that. Cancel.
So can you see anything now?
I can see something. Have you opened the application before now? Because this
I've not
option is to
opened it. I've
export.
not opened it.
No, open it. Okay, go to your start button, type SQL and open it from there now. This option is just to export and import file if you want to start using a table. Rather, if you want to start creating a table.
Okay, what about this one?
This is we haven't gotten here yet, don't worry.
What about this one?
This screen you're showing me right now, this window
Yes.
rather.
Yes,
Yeah,
this
that's
one.
what I'm saying. It's for exporting and importing files if you want to. We haven't gotten there yet. You have to first of all open.
Okay. I'm seeing a lot of SQL stuff here. So I don't know which one is the installation center. Maybe I should download a new one.
Afis, do you want me to share my screen so I can be sure that I have like the right thing?
Hafiz, are you speaking? We can't hear you. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I
Yes,
can.
we can hear you.
network is. Favor, you wanted to share your screen.
Yes, I just want to be sure I have like the correct thing.
I have shared it now.
Okay. Windows. I think I'm sharing now. Can you see my screen?
I can see your Teams.
Oh, just Teams. Let me stop sharing and fix it. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
This is a year?
Yes.
Okay then.
Anybody else? Afiz, are you speaking? Your hands are raised. I can't still hear you.
It's having punishment.
Afiz, do you want to leave again and try and join again? So can everyone confirm that they now have SQL on their systems? We all have it now. Okay, Afiz, I think you're back.
Hello, can you hear me now? Oops, why am I echoing?
We can hear you, but like you said, you are echoing.
Yeah, because I'm using. Okay. I had no idea why my voice was muted. Why
It's better. It's not echoing now.
Yeah, I was using two different screens. So anyway, so is everybody satisfied now? Do you guys all have the SQL? Have you guys gone through the process of downloading it? If you have any issue, let's fix it now so you guys can follow through the class. When another video continues. Very straightforward. The video actually makes it easy. Just go through it and then. And Peter, have you? Maybe you should try and download it again and see. I don't know why yours is showing something different. People, did you share your screen earlier? Was it working? I didn't say anything when you share your screen.
Oh yes, I did share my screen. I mean, they said it's I have the right one.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think was this Zainab. There was a lady I was talking to. She had issue trying to get the SQL application. Trying to explain to her that the app is different from the export and import manager. So if you want to use the app, you just go to your start menu, type. You can type SQL app,
Sorry,
like a
which
folder
one
type.
should I download? Is it the basic?
No, the let me
After
see.
downloading the Express, what do I click on? Is it the basic or custom?
Let me see what the video says. Wait 1 second. I think it was probably the basic. The Express. Wait.
I have basic, custom, and download media. So which one do I click on?
What does it? Are you on the video right now? What does it say? I'll close mine. 1 second. Let me come back. It's probably basic, but let me check.
Why should you use Miro? When you draw on a whiteboard, no one sees it. With Miro, you plan together in real. Hello guys, as you know that
So the video says
custom installation means you can select what you want to install or accept here.
so
Now the
the
license
guy
terms
clicked
is
basic.
to click on.
He clicked basic.
Okay, click on basic. Okay.
Yeah, basic. Custom is to customize your downloads, but you click basic. So yeah.
Install then. Okay.
If anybody has any other issue, indicate now as to the downloads or the SQL, anything with SQL. As long as if you have it and are able to start and use it, that's fantastic. Or if not, just indicate. And also try and download Power BI as well. So you just get ready for the next class. If you don't already have it now, Power BI, you can get that
We
one
don't
from
you
the
know that download it. We
Microsoft.
downloaded
Sorry,
all the things, but we
sorry.
downloaded it, but we don't know which one is the actual one we are supposed to use. We don't know how the interface looks like.
Are you referring to Power BI or SQL?
I mean both of them,
Both of which one?
both Power BI and SQL.
Oh, okay. Power BI, although there was someone that helped me download mine, I didn't go through the process of going to the website. But if you go to the website here, the latest version is here. That's the Microsoft. If you simply type Power BI Microsoft on Google, or just Power BI download, it takes you to my Microsoft website here. The latest version is there. Let me show my 1 second. There's a free version to download and a paid as well, but you can use the free and still use it.
Hi, Afiz.
Yeah,
I downloaded, well, I followed the video. I already downloaded the SQL before now. So it's the same issue that everyone is having that I have with it. But I didn't know it was an issue because, like she said, I already had the idea. I didn't know if that was an issue or not. So
okay.
I had to uninstall the one I downloaded and follow the video you sent to the group just now to be sure I did the right thing initially. And it's still the same thing.
The same
Uh,
thing. Which
yeah,
state?
the server name is still
Okay.
blank on my own end. Yeah.
Wow. Did you when you were installing it, did you go through the process of administrator or just sometimes that might be an issue? Or if when you open the app, did you open it through an administrator route, or you just click it like that?
No, I just went to my search tab and I just typed SQL and it brought up and I clicked open.
Okay, you might want to try it again. This time, just right click and click run as administrator. That might
Okay.
solve it. I'm not really sure that might solve it, because for me, I didn't go through this issue when I was using it. Although someone helped me out, so I didn't have to go through this process.
Okay, doing that now. I hope that
But if everyone is having the same issue, then it's probably from SQL, not from your individual computers.
yeah, it's still the same issue. Because the guy in the video who did the same thing he did, the same thing I just did now, and
Okay.
when he used this,
Hmm.
everything was fine, but yeah, it's still the same thing. Just like
Hi,
it was.
I'm having the same issue. However, I think it's because I have another version of my SQL running through I think
Oh, you
it's
have to SQL on
Xmap
your.
or something. I can't uninstall all the other ones because I use them for school. So yeah, I don't know what to do with that.
Wait. You
But,
said you have another SQL using already right now, but as you try to install the new one, it's giving you the similar issue we're all having.
yes, it's giving me the same issue of no server, even though I have downloaded the SQL server, whatever engine or whatever.
How did you download the first one without going through this issue? Is it the same process as we are doing right now?
No, it's not. It's not the same process. I'm saying I'm using it through another server, I believe. It's through Xmap.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just know that I have different versions of SQL on my laptop, so that could be like an issue. So I really don't know. I don't. I'm just saying mine isn't running as it's supposed to be. I'm having the same issue. So I guess we'll have to carry on with the class, and I'll have to Google my way out of it.
If I may ask, is there any other person in Adiola's category that has SQL working on their system already on another platform? Anybody else? No.
I guess many people are just downloading it for the first time. I haven't used SQL before. But yeah, we seem to have the same issue, and this is just weird. You know, that was one of the reasons why Olamide indicated you guys should probably just go through the IT guy.
Okay, I'm done installing. So what do I click on? Is it install SSMS or customize or connect now?
You've done installing.
Yes, it's showing me another interface that reads connect now, customize, install SSMS. I don't understand.
Are you finished with the video, or you're still in the process of the video?
Okay, did you send any video?
Yeah, the video we're using.
Sorry, I didn't.
Okay, wait. You said your interface is showing customize,
Yeah.
connect now, yeah?
It's showing connect now, customize, install SSMS, and close. So I don't know. Which one should I click?
So if you're following the, I'm following the video right now. I'm on the same, what's it called, window as you are right now.
First is a instance name, that is the address connection string. Is where it reported in video, which you can let's open to download SQL Server Management. So
okay, you click install SSMS.
Is that what I should click?
Yeah, that's what you click to install it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was exactly what I did, and that I still have that problem. So
software
Because there was even someone that, like a week ago, asked me how to, what's it called, download this SQL, and I shared a similar video, and she got it fine. Nothing, she didn't have any issue. She was able to, query tables with SQL fine. I don't know why now you guys are having issues like this. That's weird. Maybe it's the version that Windows have right now. But this is a very comprehensive, or it may be the most comprehensive way to download SQL. Let me.
Okay, let me just follow the video then.
The link is on the WhatsApp chat, by the way.
Yes, I've seen it.
Now the installation packages are getting downloaded. So second one is the log folder. I hope you know what is the log. Log is whenever you start SQL Server or there is an error, everything will get reported under log file, log folder. The next one is wherein we installed SQL Server Express Edition. This is the resources folder. Now we can straight away connect now from here. Let's connect.
It says connect now.
There it got connected. Now you can see the SQL Server is visible. That means we have installed SQL Server correctly. Now going further, here it is giving an option to install SSMS. That means
You love gas.
so SQL Management Studio is a software application or a tool through which you can easily work on SQL Server. You can easily create databases, tables, manage, and you can also work as an administrator there itself. So let's install. Click on install SSMS.
Okay.
Yes, open with any browser. Now here you need to download SQL Server Management Studio. There is the link. We will also add this link in the description. Click on it. It will download. On the left you can see it's around 635 MB, so it will take ample amount of time. So let's install. Click on install SSMS. Yes, open with any browser. Now here you need to
I
download.
just checked another YouTube video. It's the same process,
Also
the
add
same step-by-step process, and the guy gets to the window and then it opens up fine, just like mine opened up.
take ample amount of
So it's just weird somehow.
SQL Server Management Studio. Here is the link. We will also add this link in the description. Download. On the left you can see it's around 635 MB, so it will take ample amount of time. Now here you need to download SQL Server Management Studio. Here is the link. We will also add this link in the description. Click on it. It will download. On the left you can see it's around 635 MB, so it will take ample amount of time.
Do you guys want to try checking your computer's PC's name or something? Then use that as the server name and then connect. You guys should try that because mine's server is my computer's PC's name, so I will assume that probably work. If you guys are stuck at the place where they actually sign up or whatever, rather sign in or connect. That might work. So you guys should try it and see.
I'm downloading the SSMS.
Let me try and share my screen. 1 second. if you guys read here, try to use your what's it called? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, try to use your PC's name. Am I echoing? Sorry.
No.
Okay. Try to use your PC's name as your server name
Okay,
to
PC
sign
name
in
and server.
and connect. You can just come here to find what your PC's name. Just type, I think you just type PC's and be your PC's name. Click this one. It shows up here. So its device name is here. So that might work. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just trying to guess now. So you can just copy that, I think, and then come and paste it here. Something like that. And try and click connect. The server type should be database engine and the authentication should be Windows. Then click connect. Then click connect. If it works, automatically you are in.
I've tried that. It didn't work.
It didn't work.
No, it didn't work.
Wow.
I don't know this issue. I downloaded it, I think about on the 29th of October. When I just saw this, I just figured, because I've never used SQL before, so I just figured maybe something that while we're in the class, um, a step on how to do that photo. I didn't bother. Something that I did.
Lauren, your voice is really low. It's like a whisper.
I said I downloaded it some weeks ago and installed, and it gave me that prompt. So I just figured it probably is something that when we get to that stage in class, because I've never used SQL before,
Okay.
it's something that something will be told and we'll know what to do and everything. I didn't know it's something that's going to eat into our time like this today. And it seems that everyone is having the same issue.
Yeah, it seems that everyone has the same issue.
Almost everyone. I don't know. I've done a lot of Google this, Google that, and I don't even.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to Google it. I've never had to go through this issue. That's why. So, configuration manager.
The setup for SQL Server Management Studio. Click on the arrow, open. Let's minimize this. Now guys, the path is visible. To install SQL Server Management Studio, here is the location. If you want to change it, you can change it from here. By clicking change, you can change the location from here and click on OK. But I'll be clicking on cancel. So SQL Server will get installed in this folder. Click on install.
Okay, SQL Server Services. Instant name. SQL Server is in parentheses.
Guys, now you can see all the components have been installed. Now click on close. Now let's start it. Go to start. Type SQL Server. There it is, Management Studio. Click on it. So here is our SQL Server Management Studio. The upcoming videos we will see how we can connect and here and click on OK. But I'll be clicking with any browser. This is the resources folder. Now we can straight away connect now from here. Let's connect. There it got connected. Now you can see the SQL Server is visible. That means We
Okay,
have
I would have
installed SQL Server
okay.
correctly. Now going further, here it is giving an option to install SSMS, that means SQL Server Management Studio. So SQL Server Management Studio is a software application or a tool through which you can easily work on SQL Server. You can easily create databases, tables, manage, and you can also work as an administrator there itself. So let's install. Click on install SSMS. Yes, open with any browser. Now here you need to download SQL Server Management Studio. Here is the link. We will also add this link in the description. Click on it.
You guys can see it says the server name is the computer name.
So it will take ample amount of time.
It's like my boy.
So guys, now you can see we have downloaded the setup for SQL Server Management Studio. Click on the arrow, open.
Shut up.
Minimize this.
Sorry?
Now guys, the path is
I'm sure the person that helped me uh, download my SQL probably helped me hack through this route because it seems quite complicated, not straightforward.
visible. To install SQL Server Management Studio, here is the location. If you want to change it, you can change it from here by clicking change. You can change the location from here and click on OK. But I'll be clicking on cancel. So SQL Server will get installed in this folder. Click on install. Guys, now you in this folder. Click on install. Guys, now you can see all the components have been installed. Now click on close. Now let's start it. Go to start. Type Guys, now you can see all the components have been installed. Now click on close. Now
You guys, I might have a solution now. I think it might work.
guys, now you can see all the
So if your SQL is currently running, yeah, if it's already open, you search for the service from your start menu by typing run, then type service.msc. Oops, okay, and save. When it pops up, you scroll to find your SQL server. That's if you've downloaded it already. So I think this might be the server name. Mine is different, sure. This might be the server name, so you might want to type whatever is showing in your own server in bracket like this. Type it in the server name box here. That might work.
Sorry, Afiz, how did you get here, please? I know you said go to somewhere, but I didn't get that.
So you go to start, yes.
Yeah.
Then type run. It's an application to find any application.
Run application.
No, start.
Okay, run
type
is an app
run,
of
yes.
service.
Run is application, yes. So
Yeah.
this thing pops up, this dialog box.
Yes.
You type services.msc. To open the services application as well.
Okay, yeah.
So
So what I'm
can you hear
looking
me?
for is yes. So what I'm looking for is SQL.
Yes, just type S on the keyboard to find S, then scroll to SQL.
So SQL Server.
Yeah, what's in brackets on your own?
SQL Express.
Express. In bracket and in capitalized as well?
Yes.
Okay, try and see.
All right, thank you.
That SQL Express to use to connect. Let me know if it works, if it doesn't work. Based on the what they call these descriptions, supposed to work. SQL. Let's go.
Still didn't work.
It didn't work, Abby. I'm trying mine too. Wait, by the way, on your own dialog box, is there anything on username here? Is it empty?
Yeah. No, it's not.
What's there? Is it your PC's name?
Check the WhatsApp chat. Yeah, I sent it there. It's
Okay.
I think it's in there.
Now let's start it. Go to start. Type SQL Server. Where it is Mac. Guys, now you can see all the components have been installed. Now click on close. Now let's start it. Go to start. Type SQL Server. There it is.
So, Following, did you try using your PC name?
Yes,
your
I
PC
did.
name the
Yeah.
first time?
Yes.
I did work as well.
Yeah.
That's really weird. Because if you can't connect and use this SQL, you can't even do any practical classes. Although there are other platforms to use, let me say, to query SQL. There are plenty, as a matter of fact, but if you guys can learn with this one, every other thing is easier.
Yeah, hi Hafiz.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I think I'm having the same issue with Zandra, and I just put my PC name, then forward slash the SQL Express that we got from the services that you said we should go through.
Yeah,
And I think it's connected.
it worked. Really?
Yeah,
Adi Flori, have you heard? It worked for him.
yeah, it worked. So I used my PC name slash SQL
You know what?
Express.
Share your
Let me
screen for
try
us,
that.
please.
Please check what I sent to WhatsApp group. I don't know which one to click. Is it two? Because the video said I should press close, but my
And
piece is showing me restart and close.
no, then press close now. Restart is just to, because it's a new app, it might want to just fix itself on your PC.
So should I restart?
Just close it. Let's say close it and try to close it.
I don't want wahala.
No worries, it's fine. Just close it. If it gives you a you can restart. It's an easy fix. Tohib,
Oh,
if you can, please share your screen, then take us through how you're able to connect. Because Tohib have connected. So, can you show everyone?
hey, I clicked on close. It's showing me install close. Which one again? It's taking me back.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see
No,
config.
so you told us to do the run thing, then come to the services,
Yeah.
then check the SQL agent. So for me, I have the SQL Express in bracket. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Toyib. Yeah, it worked.
Oh, okay.
It
All right.
worked. Oh, finally.
Yeah, I worked with what
Well,
Toyib just did now. It worked.
Okay.
so you
So
guys,
you
you
guys can do
guys
that.
can just connect now and go for a break. Allow me to say
Uh,
you guys should go for a break.
Okay.
check
This is
your
connected.
PC name as it is.
My own is saying I should go back to install again.
Don't worry, we'll help you out. As long as you can connect, everything is fine from there. That's fantastic. Can you, what's it called, open a new query? Oh, it's gone.
No,
Don't
let
worry, you
me
guys should go on a break. Come back and
try
continue.
that.
I want to finish this thing before I go on a break.
You can stay. Let me deal with you. The rest can go on a break.
All right.
Which stage are you now?
Okay, I think I can open a new query. Yeah.
Fantastic.
When are you coming?
Just 15 minutes break. Allow me to take over.
Okay,
15
sir.
minutes. Since you're connected, yeah. Uh,
Are you there?
yeah, I'm here. Don't worry. Which stage are you now?
Okay, I clicked on that close. Then it took me back to um, install and close again, another window.
The same window or a different one?
It's that same window,
If
but
it's the same one, just close it. It's the same thing. You probably open it twice, yeah. Then from there, just try and open the app. Go to start, type SQL, sorry. Then
are you
open
sure?
the app itself.
Because now I closed it, it's taking me back to that download place again.
No, don't worry. Just start the app itself. That's just like as long as you install it here, that's fine. It's already on
Okay.
your PC.
Okay, I
The
should
app is there.
open SQL. Now, how do I know which of the SQL? Because I've
The one
downloaded
that says the
S.
app, something app. Let me right. Okay, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio 18 or 19, depending on the one you have.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio 18, right?
You also have Studio 18.
Yes.
I thought the video was 19. But anyway, it's fine. Just open it as well. So if you open it, automatically the window opens. Then what's it called? It will take you to that place where it says connect. And based on Tohib's instruction, I even forgot to. I think it's PC's name and the service something. So anybody who hasn't connected yet or who haven't downloaded it yet, you have a fix for it. So just try and do it now so that you guys can just continue to allow me there. Everything is easier from there.
Yeah, Fizz, I had a similar problem. I'm reinstalling at the moment. So once I
Okay.
get to that point, I'll let you
Okay.
know if
That's fine.
everything
That's
works.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, it's opening. Let me see. Okay, desktop. Okay, username is already there.
You have username already.
The username is
You
already.
mean server name or username? Which one?
Username is there.
And
Authentication
server
is
name is empty, Abby.
no, nothing is empty.
So everything is already fixed for you. Click connect. Let me see if it works.
Okay.
I guess it depends on your computer because if you're able to go through that place without any issue, then it's your computer. It's fine, I guess. Sometimes some people may not have like the correct Windows, what's it called? Windows 11 or Windows 10, whichever Windows you have. If you have a fake one,
I've
you just
opened it.
so you've connected. It went through it, yeah.
Yes.
Then you
So
it's
I'm
fixed.
seeing that interface.
Sorry,
See what?
what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Okay, I'm sending it to the WhatsApp group. I just used my
If
receipt.
you've connected now, that's fine. If you can open a new query,
So how? Okay, I should open new query.
yeah, click that new query or Control N, anyone.
I'll click on new query.
It opens up, yeah, a new white page,
Yes.
and that's it. It's solved. From there,
Yes.
you can just be using SQL. So that's the process.
Yes. Mine is solved. Thank you.
So that video you showed earlier, that's not video. That's a small window.
Yes.
It's just if you want to, if you want to import a file to use on the SQL, that's how you go through it. You just type export on your Windows, search whatever, and then you export an Excel file.
Okay, so I shouldn't delete it.
Sorry?
I wanted to delete it before.
No, you can't even delete it. It comes with the app. You can't delete it. It's there like that. As long as you have SQL, it's
Okay.
also there. It's just a way to help you import or export
Okay. Thank you.
Excel documents. I'm going your break now. Resume in 15 minutes. Yeah. And also, Tohib, if you're listening, just send a screenshot of that connect dialog box so they can see the right server name to use to log in. Can send it to the WhatsApp chat, please. Thank you.
Lucia, people have one. Identify what line. Ah.
Is everyone back from their break? 1 minute, guys. Okay. Do we all have, is all working? Is it working for everyone now? Everyone can practicalize. Why is no one responding to me?
Yes, my working here.
Okay, good. Amazing. Okay. All right, guys. So what I want us to just walk through this session quickly. I'm just gonna explain the idea behind creating tables, creating your views and your database, and Afiz will take over and you guys are going to do practical session. So you would practicalize, you would basically do all of this yourself. So you create a database called Data Focus Batch 1. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. Sorry. Okay, so I was saying that what I'm going to do is explain the idea behind, just run through this so you understand it. And then afterwards, Afiz would take over and you guys would you would do practical classes. So you would create your database, you would create your tables. I would be here, but Afiz would take over with you guys and work with you. Whatever is beyond Afiz, I will take over. But I know that he's capable of helping you guys. So again, we've talked about creating a database. I was going to use an example of this one quickly. So if I say you should create this database and if I select this and I execute, it says successful. If I refresh, I have my database. Can we see? Now, that's one way to create your database. I can easily delete this database because I haven't created anything. But that's how easy and very simple it is for you to create your database or for you to even create anything. If I want to create this view, I'm only going to just tell it where I want it to create. So I would say use MediaCom. Let's say I want to create a view inside MediaCom, and I would say go, and I would now say create this view. Sometimes this go would come after this view, because when you tell SQL to create a view, you have to tell it what you want inside of that view. Now, the idea of a view is, let's get practical. The idea of a view is I have this database, this table, okay, no, actually, let's start from database. Right, so let's say I have this database, okay, right? And then within this database, I have this section, I have this section, and I have this section. So I've partitioned my database. And then I now have this table, I have another table, and I have another table, and I have another table. So in all, I have table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, and table 5. Okay? Now, the idea of a view is to bring items from table 1, table 2, table 3, if possible, table 4, all into one. And then I have a view. Okay? I'm trying to make it as practical as possible so we have an idea of what we're doing. Okay? So the idea behind a view is now let's go back to PLT as our original example. We have PLT, okay? Now, PLT has different, let's say they have orders, products, employees, customers, and let's say, let's draw this my P well. Just thinking of what the final table should be called. Shippers. So they're shipping company. Okay. So they have orders, they have products, they have employees, they have customers, and they have shippers, okay, as PLT. Now, let's say ideally we already know that we always show, because you're working within that company, you know that maybe the sales department will want to see the total number of sales or orders that they got within as against a particular product, things like that. So you know, okay, maybe from product table, which is this P table, I need the ID, I need the product name, so that when I'm matching the total number of sales with the product, I know what product it is, and the team can also say that, okay, this particular product ID is what made they made this number of sales from this particular product ID, things like that. So let's say we already know what we want to show in our Power BI, for example. Now, the idea of a view is we will take from here. Let's say we are just going to take maybe the ID, the name, maybe the sales price, the order quantity. That's what we're taking from here. And then maybe from here, we'll take the ID, the name. Maybe we also take the details, Then maybe if it's a seasonal kind of product, we would say maybe season. If there's a column for that, I'm just guessing. Okay. Now, let's say we already know this is what we want to take, and then from here as well, we'll pick what we want from here, and so on and so forth. Now, we'll pick it in a view. You can have, bless me, excuse me. In a view, you can have from 2 or more tables within, like, combined together, okay, to give you one temporary table. That's the idea of a view. Okay, so it's to gather 2 or more tables, take specific specific attributes from 2 or more tables to put in a temporary table. Now, a quick detour. A lot of times you find engineers say to you, don't have too many views, do them in a stored procedure and push that out to what you're doing. You guys, assignment number 4, Afiz, please read about stored procedures, what the uses are, why we use stored procedures, and the advantages of stored procedures. What is a stored procedure? Why do we use it? What is a stored procedure? Why do we use a stored procedure? What are the advantages of a stored procedure? And in what scenario can you use a stored procedure? Okay. Now, back to our view. So we've already identified, okay, these are the things we need from the attributes we need from these tables, right? Now we will now shoot everything into one to create a temporary table. Why did I call it a temporary table? This was generated, it was engineered. We created that table, we created it into our database. This one can easily be deleted. This can be deleted, but this just has things from various places or tables. Okay? And it does not take as much effort as this. I don't need to put in here integer as a data type. I don't need to put in my query when I'm creating a view. I don't need to put the data types I want. I don't need to put if it's a primary key. I've done that all in here. That is why this is one of the reasons why this is a temporary table. That's your view. If you guys can't see my column, my mouse. That's why this creating a view is basically saying you're creating a temporary table. Okay, because you've done the major work. You just need it to do a quick check of what you want or what you want to query or what you want to push into your visuals. Does that make any form of sense? Does that make sense, guys? Are you confused? No one is talking. When nobody talks, it makes me feel like there's a confusion going on. Guys?
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
From where? What exactly has confused us now?
So what I understand from what you said is a view is like a how would I say, a summarized table.
Yes.
So yeah, so you bring out the important details from the main I don't know, databases then to
No,
create your own view.
from the main table. So let's start again. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you been hearing me before?
No.
No.
Just
Wow. So I've been speaking to myself. Okay. Did you guys understand this explanation? Where did you stop hearing me?
We did not even hear when you started this thing.
Ah, and no one called my attention to it.
We thought you were
thought you
just
were-
drawing it.
I thought you were
I
just
thought
trying
you
to
were
draw
just
something.
working on
Just drawing.
something.
No. Okay. I said
I
let's
didn't
start
realize.
again. All right. So I said let's be visualistic about it. Okay. View it in visuals, like in pictures. Okay. If you look at it in pictures, it will help you understand a little better what I'm trying to explain, right? Now, I said this canvas, view it as your database, okay? Your database has partitions. We have partitions, right? So if my database is partitioned into 4, for example, right? In here, within this one, I now within this, I have maybe this side for this table, another side for another table. This is partitioned again, table, another table, another table. Same thing goes here. Okay. So if we have this section as tables within our database and this section as views within our database, this section can also be partitioned because there can be as many views as you like, as you want, or as you need within your database. Okay. But I was saying this section is highly dependent on this section. Without this section of your database, this section cannot be brought to life because you need things from here that you will put in here. Okay. So you're going to have to take things from here in here, things from here in here. So if this, right, if there is nothing in here, if you don't have enough information here, or the information in here is incorrect in some way, or the information in here is incomplete in some way, it would affect this place. So that's why I said your views are highly dependent on your tables, and your views are temporary tables, because in here, right, I would tell SQL, I have this column. This column that I have is the primary key. This one is just normal keys. And then if you come in here, I have the primary key. I also have the foreign key. I also have another foreign key. I will do all of that in here. But here, it doesn't have anything to do with knowing if it's a primary key, a foreign key. It doesn't want to know that. All this place wants to know is I have price here. I have quantity here. I have employee's name here. I want to know the total number of employees. I want to know the employee that sold the highest in the month of September. I will come here and say, select from here, employee name, the price of the product name, the quantity, and then I will do calculations in here. Now, if we go back to Excel, right? Let's say we go back to Excel. When we do our pivot table, okay, where we can now take, total. We can now, when we did our Excel last week, and in one of the columns, I told you guys there's a fact and dimensional, and we had to move all of the dimensional key things from the dimensional table into the fact table, so that we are able to do calculations and we are able to get key information, so that when we are doing our pivot table and our charts, that is exactly what table and view is. Okay, if I don't claim, so think about it in an Excel way. Maybe that would help you guys understand it. If I don't clean, if like last week if we did not clean our data correctly, if we did not put all of those things from the dimensional table into the fact table, we would not get the correct calculation when we want to do sum of sales, total number of sales. So it would not be correct in here. The small thing I've explained, does it make sense before we continue? Do we understand the idea between tables and views? I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
And I've not been speaking to myself. Okay.
Yes.
So do we kind of understand the difference, the idea of a table and a view? Do we? Okay, amazing. That's a very good standpoint. Right. So back to the format. I mean the database. So basically what I've just explained is, maybe we have this database now, for example. I now tell SQL, create this table for me. Within that table, and I want to do a view. Okay, that's what I just explained. So I want you guys to understand that aspect before we go into, I'm going to hand over to Afiz in the next 15 minutes, and you're going to do practicals only. You're going to create data focus database. You're basically going to do this, but Afiz has this firsthand, so he would take you guys through it and you would do it together. Somebody is going to share their screen and you're going to be typing and doing it together. Someone will be seated now and be saying, why is Mide doing this during SQL and why didn't she do it in Excel? I have come to understand that my students eventually fall in love with SQL more than Excel. However, that usually took them way longer than it should. And it was because they were listening rather than practicalizing. Okay, so practicals, handy, doing it yourself as we are in class, encountering those challenges, me telling you and showing you how to solve those challenges. That's what I want you to take away. A lot of people know what to do with SQL in this class, but they still have that, I don't understand this, I don't understand that. That's where practicals come in. That's where encountering your own challenge and having somebody to be able to tell you this is what you're doing wrong. The more you see me fix issues, the better it would become for you to understand, have a slight understanding of how to fix your issues or your challenges within SQL. So I want us to have that practical sessions where Afiz will be telling you, Afiz, basically you're going to create a database, this database, the same thing you guys did in your class, create the database, create a table, and then they're going to insert this. I can send this to you if you don't have this into it, and then we're going to start querying the table. But I don't know if you guys will be able to finish doing that by 2 o'clock. So because I'm going to hand over to him now, but I want you to be able to know how to do all of this. And then Afiz, I think we also talked about dropping, altering. I think you guys did all of this, so you should have all this with you. That's what I want you guys to do together, but I want it to be practical. Before I hand over to Afiz, is there any question? I'm going to be very quiet. I'm here, but I'm going to be very quiet and let Afiz handle it. And I would only come in if I see that. I trust him that he won't struggle, but I will only come in if I see that it's too much for him. But before I hand over, is there anyone that wants to ask me any question? in terms of what I've explained so far? Databases, tables, views. Anybody?
Hello, Olamide.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about when you want to create your table the other time, that if you use the masters, that you might have issues, right?
If you use what?
That if above the object explorer, there is this space when you have.
Oh, okay,
yes,
this one.
yes.
No, so what I'm saying is that if within my, let's say for example, table students is within data focus, and I want to query data focus server database, right? But in here I now put it as master, and let's say I've written my query to say select dates, for example. Let's say I've told you to select dates. If I execute, there is an invalid object name called lecturer. That's because in here I haven't selected the correct database when lecturer table exists.
Good. So the question I'm asking now is, let's assume we want to create the database data focus, right? So this is not supposed to be in masters. It's supposed to be in my workstation. I'm supposed to put my workstation there, right?
No, it will be in master. It will be in master.
It will be in masters.
Yeah, because can you guys remember? Let's do it again. Let's do the practical again. You know, when I did this before I deleted it, it was under master, and I said, let's execute this. Okay. If I come back now and refresh, see?
Right. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Anybody else? Before I hand over to Hafiz.
So, sorry, Olamide, this Adventure Works 2019. Is it a database in there?
What do you mean?
Is it the name of a database that you created?
Okay, so another way to know databases is you would always see this black thing in front of their names.
Okay.
So once you see this black thing in front of their names, just know it's a database.
Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, Hafiz, over to you.
Well, you send me this file. I can't find one I used last class. Checked everywhere, I can't find it. I hope no one is having issue with the SQL now. We've gone through how to connect and use it now. Also to
You can
download
pick who to share their screen when you're ready. I'm trying to send it to you as a text, but it's not letting me. I've sent it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm looking for it. I can't find it.
I sent it to your
Okay.
personal Teams.
Thank you.
You can start sharing your screen or pick who is going to share their screen. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
All right, thank you. Does anyone want to volunteer to share their screen?
Me.
Who, Favor?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
go ahead and share your screen.
I'm on it.
Are you currently sharing? I can't see it. I can't see it.
I'm still
It's
trying
loading.
to.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you see it now?
No, I'm seeing open your SQL. I'm seeing Teams.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should open my Excel.
SQL.
Oh, SQL.
JB, you've gone through the process. You can connect now. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is it.
So which database are you on? Master, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So close this query. Let me just show everyone how to open a query, just in case they're not aware. And I hope everyone is currently on the SQL, connected, ready to go. We can close the query first.
I should close it.
Yeah.
How do I close it? Just
the
exit.
The next one. That's the Object Explorer, the tab, the SQL query 1.SQL tab. The one you.
Oh, I should close this entirely.
No, the tab. So come down next to Object Explorer.
Okay.
The
this
tab
one.
next to it.
The tab. This one.
No.
What
Keep
am I
going.
doing?
Yeah, that's
oh,
the tab.
this.
That's the query tab. Yeah, close it. Yeah. Let's close it. No, don't save it. There's nothing there. It's fine. I'm just trying to show everyone, when you open your SQL, this is the first window you see. This is where it appears. If you've connected, fine. So the first thing you do to, obviously, if you want to query, is to open a new query. Just like in Excel, open a new file. The same process. So you open it. Fantastic. You see where that master is? It shows you all your databases. Click click it. Let me see how many you have. Okay, you've already created one for data focus batch one. That's one we had used last time.
Yeah.
So, okay, so let's go through the process of creating database, table, and everything. So, I mean, there are several ways, but one of the ways is to obviously type it on your query. So the syntax is to create a database and then the name. So you have to write create a database.
Create database.
Yes, that's the syntax. And by the way, this SQL is not case sensitive. So small letter, big letter, it doesn't really matter. Unlike maybe other SQL. So then that's the syntax to create. Then you write the name of the database you want to create. In this case, we are doing data focus batch 2. That will be your database name. Batch 2, yeah. There shouldn't be space there.
Oh, the data focus batch 2 together.
Yeah, together. If you want to use iPen to separate them or just put them together, anyone fine, but it shouldn't be spaced out.
Like this, yeah?
Yeah. Now execute it.
No.
Press execute to run the syntax.
Like this?
Yeah, so that's how you know if the syntax has been executed and is working fine. It means you've created a new database. So if you go to your Object Explorer and click refresh.
I should go to my what?
Object Explorer. That's
okay.
Yeah, that was the Object Explorer. No, the refresh button. That's circle line.
Oh, okay. This.
Yeah, click it.
If I may ask.
Yes.
Please. From what she just did now, she didn't highlight the create database data focus before executing.
No,
So
you don't
don't
have to highlight. Yes. Unlike other platforms, maybe Python, you highlight other places as well. Here, it just press execute, or I think, is it F5 or F4? Goes like that. But, okay. Now, please refresh it.
Okay.
Now, open databases. It's been created. You can also, if another way to, like a shortcut, you can double click it and maybe rename it or change the case sensitive or whatever. Where you are right now, you can click it.
On which the data focus to?
Yeah, that's a database icon. Double click it.
This one?
No, the data focus batch 2. Where you were. So click it once again, one time.
I have.
So it gives you access to edit
Oh,
it.
to change the name.
If you're not satisfied with the name, or if you want to maybe change anything there. That's one way to do it. There's another way as well. So that's the process of creating a new database. The database is like a portfolio to have like several tables in it. That's if you want to also connect your tables to other platforms like Power BI, you have to use a database. So that is the important, among others. So that's the first step. The next step will be to create a table under it. Yeah.
So tables.
Yeah, tables. And no, you can minimize that one. Let's go to the query.
I should minimize the whole SQL.
No, the what's it called? The Object Explorer. The tabs you open. That data open to just minimize it.
Which?
No, in the Object Explorer.
Yeah.
All those folders. Up to the.
Oh, I should close this. I should just click on database back.
Yeah, double click it. And minimize this.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me take you to the process of creating a table and the columns in the table and how to use them. So, well, currently, right now, the database is currently on master. So you can't really do much. You can't do anything if you have a different database. So you have to select it from that box there. You see where it shows master?
Yes.
So click the database you want to use. In this case, data focus patch 2. So everything will be inside that database.
So I should click on database.
No, go up the box there.
Click on it.
It's blurred out. Click connect first. Come to connect. No, connect.
Connect. Okay, yeah. Did I refresh it?
No, click connect itself. Database engineer. And connect.
Also, for every time it blanks out like that, I should just go back there and do that.
Not necessarily, but it should even blank out because mine is already shown. I don't know why yours is blanked out because earlier it wasn't.
Hello.
Yes.
Click on your SQL 2 query 52 up here. Just click on it.
Which one? Here?
Up here.
Yeah.
Where you closed that SQL else. Yes. There. Click on it.
Oh.
Great. That's fantastic.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so obviously you are currently in the master database. So you have to switch to the one you just created, data focus batch 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so go to that master, click it. All the other options will come out. So you click data focus batch 2. So now everything you're creating now will probably be in that database.
Oh, okay.
Just in case you're wondering. So if it's currently on master and you try to create something, you probably won't even go because you're in a different database. So you always have to be aware of that. Okay. So to create table here, the syntax is similar to a database. You write create table and then the name of the table you want to create. That's the next thing we're going to create tables.
Okay. So just click on database.
No, you write it the same way you write create database. You write it there.
Just here. I should write what? Create tables.
Yeah, create table. No, table. Yes.
Yeah, and then execute.
No, just one table. So what I'm saying in singular form. Sorry, singular form. Table syntax is wrong. So no, don't execute yet. So try and so right now if you execute, everything will execute. So you might want to just try and hyphen out the first query you have there. So it doesn't
Hyphen.
execute
Where?
together. In the front of the first query, in the front.
This one here.
The first one, create database.
This where my cursor is.
Yeah. No,
Like this.
No, undo. Just like yeah. So before in front of create database, yeah. Just hyphen it out so it turns to green, so it doesn't execute together. Because if you press execute,
Like
everything does. Yeah. Press it again.
Like this.
Yeah. So the green it basically indicates that it won't execute. It
Oh,
turns
okay.
it comments basically.
Oh.
Yeah. Another way to do it is to I think stroke and hash. Do it as well.
Stroke
And hash.
and hash.
No, you remove the hyphen first.
Oh, I'd have to remove the hyphen before I
Yeah.
can use stroke and hash.
So stroke and hash on either side on both sides of the
Like okay, so beginning and at the end of it.
yes.
Oh. Okay. Do you want me to do that?
Sorry, not asterisk, sorry. Stroke and asterisk, yeah. Then another way to comment out your query. Yeah. And at the end, so it will be for that query alone.
So like this?
No, at the end it will be asterisk and stroke. Like the opposite. To close it.
Like this?
Yeah, you can see. So that one is green. It means it won't execute. So now, that's the syntax to create a table. Then write the name of the table you want to create. In this case, we are creating students.
So I should go back here. Create table, students.
Yeah, space students. Yeah. Okay. You might want to leave maybe two spaces between. Just make it a bit neat between the
Between where?
the two syntaxes. Like create database, then create table. Leave like two spaces. Make it a bit clean and
Like
real.
this?
Yeah, like that. Okay. Then this is the syntax to create table. And in creating table in SQL, you create it with the columns in a table. Otherwise, it won't even go. It will be a bit blank. So the next you try to do is to create the columns in the table. So this is the name of the table. So you type a bracket. You open bracket.
I should type brackets. Same line.
Yeah, same line. And then okay, press enter and open the paragraph.
Should I exit the bracket?
Yeah, not existing, just press enter. Everything will be inside the bracket.
Like this?
Yeah, like that.
Okay.
So basically just trying to create columns in the table. So let's try and create like 5 different columns in a table. Table name students. So student ID, date, first name, last name will be the names of the column.
Yeah, then like this.
Yeah, student ID, then date,
names,
first name, and last name. Yeah, it should be in a different paragraph. No, you can close all the spaces. Just
I should put
rather close the paragraph. Sorry, the paragraph between student ID. Just put them together.
Okay, student ID, names. What else?
No, first name, last name.
On different this
Yeah,
thing.
it's a different column now for first name,
Okay.
name, then maybe city, then dates. Just like on Excel file, you have different columns. And mind you, for columns, there shouldn't be space. Everything should be
To be
together.
together.
Yeah, otherwise it won't execute. So you can use
Oh, okay.
it to separate them, but there shouldn't be spaces there
So like this.
like that. Then dates.
Yeah. But the student ID is okay like that.
So yeah, remove the space as well.
Okay.
Yeah, in SQL, the names don't have spaces there for columns.
You said?
In SQL, the names don't have spaces.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But Mide was saying something like the first one she was showing us. Okay, you know, she said create and she put Mide, then she okay, I understand. It's fine. I already have the answer to my question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's try and assign data types to the columns.
Okay.
So for student ID, open what do you call this key set? Is it the other type of brackets? The square one, square brackets. Let me call it square brackets.
This one.
That one.
Okay.
Okay, because student ID is numerical, the data type will be Bigint.
So let's put digits.
No, Bigint, Bigint. It means big integer. Integer.
B-I what?
Big.
Mm-hmm.
Int. Bigint.
Like this?
Yeah. No, int. Int, big integer. So it's shortened to Bigint. And close
it.
Yeah, close it.
What did you say it's called?
Big integer.
Big int. Okay.
Like I think big numbers. Integer is data type for like numbers because student ID will be numerical.
Okay. So we're using this particular bracket because it is numerical.
No, the bracket is just to specify the data type. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You put a space between the data type and the column name. So a space between that here. Yeah, come to first name, assign data type as well.
Same thing? No.
Yeah, no, because you know it's alphabetical. So data type would be varchar, VARCHA.
Is it still going to be the same bracket?
Yeah, the same type of bracket, square bracket as well.
VARCHA.
No, varchar, V. V for yeah.
VARCHA. Did I get it?
R, varchar. The last letter is R, yeah, and close it. That's data type for like letters and alphabets, yeah.
Big integer varchar. Okay.
And then similar to
same thing for last name, yeah.
Yeah, same thing as well, varchar.
Then dates, big integer.
No, dates has its own type of data type because it's different from numbers. So,
but why? Since it's still numbers.
Sorry?
I said why? Since it is still numbers.
But it's still different. It's a date and numbers are different when it comes to.
Is it because when you're writing like your dates, you have to maybe use like hyphen or?
And also because when you're actually querying, if you want to, deal with the dates, is different way if you're dealing with like the numbers. For example, if it's numbers, you can add them together. You can add this together. So that's one of the differences there. If you want to find, let's say,
I don't think I quite follow when you say add them together.
No, for example, now if you're trying to query numbers or number in SQL, let's say you have like maybe sales of information. You want to, add or multiply different sales together. Okay. It will go because it's data type, but for dates you can't do the same thing there. So because it's numbers, it has its own separate type of data type as opposed to date and time. So data time is a bit tricky the way it works if you query it. So
Okay.
it has.
I don't think I like. I don't really understand, but it's fine.
Okay, probably maybe when you go along, you probably get it down. Right now, just understand that it has different data types.
Yes. Yes.
Even in Excel,
Yeah.
Excel, you have data type for data and sign.
Yes.
Like from
Also, it's just the
number.
same thing for this one too.
Yeah, same thing in SQL and also same thing in Power BI.
Power BI,
Even
yeah.
in what's it called, Python as well.
Oh,
So
okay.
data type for date here is date and time.
Date and time.
Sorry, date time. Date time, no space, close brackets.
Like this.
Yeah, like that. So
Or double T.
one more column for city.
Oh, one more column for city.
Yeah, city. Similar data types for first name and as last name as well.
Oh, okay.
Okay, a new paragraph to close the bracket.
Like this.
Yeah, like that.
So what should be inside?
No, just close the bracket. If open brackets,
Oh.
you have to close it.
Without closing the bracket, it won't work.
Yeah, probably won't work.
Okay.
We're not done though. We're not done. We're still going to add
But
some.
like, I mean, without closing the bracket for this particular one, it won't work.
Yeah, it won't work. Yeah, if you open
okay.
bracket, close it.
Okay.
It won't even finish. It won't work. So for student ID,
yeah,
put a space and type not null, because student ID has to
together.
No, separate. Basically, it will make the column reject. But basically, there won't be any null values there. Everything will be probably has a value there, because eventually we'll make it the primary key for that particular table. So primary key can't have like empty rows in it. That's why data types here will be not null.
Oh,
So
okay.
for first name, come to first name space null. Basically, it's allow null, yeah, null.
Same thing for this one.
Yeah. All the way to city.
All the way to city.
Yeah. The same you're doing it.
Yeah.
Now go back to student ID.
Okay.
So you type primary key. So we're specifying that that's the primary key for that table.
Okay.
Now separate all the columns by comma. So comma after primary key, comma after null, like that.
Like this?
Yeah.
So the comma is for what exactly?
Yeah, basically separate the columns. Otherwise, there will be issues there. Even when you're trying to type a query, each what's it called? Query is separated by comma. I'll show you eventually. Don't worry. So that's the what we have done now. We've written the syntax to create columns and table. So that student is a table, just like in Excel, you have table, like different shape.
Oh,
The student ID, first name, last name, date, city. They are columns. Just imagine the way Excel is. Similar thing here, because when you output it, the interface will be like Excel, like a table. But it's like this is the back end of the table itself. So click execute. Let's see. So that shows you that the table and the columns have been created. The primary key is being assigned to student ID. The data types have been created. Now go to the Object Explorer side. No, don't worry. Just open databases, that folder. Enlarge
This one?
it. Yeah. Duplicate. Then come to your tables. Under that what's it called? Now you can see that table icon.
This?
Yeah, that's for the table you've created, students.
Oh, should I click on it?
No, I'm just showing you that.
Also, for everything we create, just comes in here.
Yeah.
Under the data
That's
focus
how you
too.
know. That's how you can confirm whether you've created it or not.
Oh, okay.
And currently we haven't really put anything that's in those columns. They are empty right now. Now enlarge the students or click the plus whatever symbol.
You said what, sorry?
Enlarge the students table. Enlarge
Okay.
the double click it. Come to the column.
Should I double click? Should I open it?
Yeah. You can see your primary key. That's the key icon there. Those are the columns there. First name, last name, date, city.
Yeah.
You can see, move your mouse to show move the, what's it called?
To where?
No, move your mouse to the left to show because I can't see it fully.
To show what? Oh.
Yeah, scroll left.
Sorry.
Don't know how to do it.
How to do this shit? What the fuck? Sorry. I'm going with my mouth.
No, come down. Come down to that and scroll to the left instead of scrolling up and down. Or sideways, I should say. Scroll sideways. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm showing you. That's the column name, data type.
Yeah.
So that is probably how to create a table and column.
Okay.
I hope everyone was following. I think we went through it very slowly, so you guys can follow. That's how you create databases and tables. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
After putting the primary key and the comma and everything, did you execute?
Yeah, executed, and I make sure that there were no red underline anywhere. Otherwise, it means there was a problem somewhere. They just executed successfully.
Okay. My own is showing incorrect syntax in the comma.
Okay, the first thing you have to do
I put
is
an extra space or something.
Okay, try and see if there are spaces or if there are any. Is there any red line anywhere on your?
Yes, there's a red line after the last comma well, after the comma in city.
Hope you've closed your brackets.
Oh no, I've not.
And that's one of the issues there. So if one letter is missing brackets, not closed, it won't go. Just like coding. It won't go.
All right, let me close the bracket. Yeah, works.
It works. Okay.
Yeah.
If anybody have any other issue, if you're following along, just indicate.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My own side of Object Explorer, it's blank.
It's blank.
Blank. It's blank.
Okay, do you mind sharing your screen?
Yeah, I can share it here.
Let's see what's going on there.
Can you see it?
1 second, it's coming up. Okay. Open your SQL. Let's see. Have you opened your SQL?
SQL.
Is that what you're saying? Because that's not what I'm saying. You probably you're sharing the window. Go back and share the whole screen.
Okay.
Yeah, you have option of sharing screen or window. So share your screen so we can see everything on your screen.
Okay. Now, can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it now. Attach the tab back to your window. This tab, minimize it to a tab. Is a window by itself. Minimize it as a tab. No. This, not that one. Yeah, that one. No, minimize it. You know, on favors SQL, it was attached to the main tab. But don't worry, just wait. Move it to the left. Let me see your Object Explorer side. Wait to the right, rather. You probably move the window somewhere else because. We'll click the window at the back of it. Let me see. Double click it. Or just maximize it, let me see. The one at the back.
Okay.
Yeah. That's really weird. I don't know why Object Explorer is empty like this. Well, you've executed it and it went fine. Have you executed it? Your query?
Yes.
Go to View, the View tab after File and Edit here.
Yeah, I've gone to View.
Click the Object Explorer. Let me see. I don't know why it's not showing. View Object Explorer. Nothing.
Yeah.
Is this the way your SQL came up when you open the app? Or
yes, sir.
Which version is this? Because it seems a bit old. Have you had it before? You just downloaded it? Yes.
It has been on the system.
Because to be honest, this is different from my own interface. This is quite different. It's quite old, I should say. So because of my own, you see the Object Explorer, the options are there, everything is there, all the folders are there, so you can do with it. Phone is empty, I don't know why. But it has nothing to do with your syntax. Everything is fine. You've executed it fine. Maybe eventually after the class, you might want to download the latest one.
Okay, sir.
Because some features here might not, just the new one might not be here rather. You might want to. But as long as it's working fine, that's the main thing. You just apply the same knowledge and you get it. Anyway. So Favor, share your screen. Let's continue.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
As long as you guys are following along, that's fine. We've done database, create tables, columns, data types, assign primary key.
Before we continue, can I ask, with the things that you guys have done so far, do you understand it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so everyone is on a good standing. Okay, amazing. So do you guys like the fact that you're doing practicals and you're doing it yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Is that for everybody? Daramola, do you want to ask a question? Your hands are up.
No.
Okay. So everyone, I want a general answer. Is everyone happy with the fact that you're doing it yourself and you're practicalizing it yourself?
Yes.
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 Yes, ma'am.
Okay, amazing. You can carry on. I heard that I mistakenly put this class for 3 p.m. I'm not sure, but we know our classes end by 2, so you can carry on.
Okay. If you also don't follow, just indicate. If you have any issue, just indicate. But anyway. Okay. So press enter. Go to the paragraph.
Any paragraph?
Any paragraph, yeah.
Okay.
And you can also, if you want, you can comment out. You can comment out this whole syntax you created. So when you execute, everything doesn't execute.
Okay. So I come here and put asterisk,
yeah,
and hash and this here, then come to this place also.
Yeah.
Then this and this. That's out.
That's it. Yeah, I'm not sure if this will work, but try and let's output the table you've created. Select student. Press select. Sorry, type select. Sorry.
Here.
Yeah, select. I'm not sure if it's output because there's nothing there. Student, the name of the table you've created. Student, yeah.
Students.
Yeah, students, yes.
Start hash.
You can just press tab or escape here. Don't worry about the red mark. Sometimes that happens not because of the wrong, because it's wrong, but because of something else. And because first time you're trying to query it. So the from syntax is to indicate the database where the student is located. So in this case, it's data focus patch 2. So from is syntax. So type from.
Data focus here.
Yeah. Name of the press tab. Okay, same thing.
Yeah.
Oops, no. You can scroll down to that your patch 2 and press tab. Automatically to highlight it and select it.
Yes.
Now execute.
Okay.
Let me see. Let's see. Invalid object name. Go, come to. Wait a second. Trying to read the message. I don't know why it's not going.
It's saying invalid object name data focus.
Well, it's correct because that's the name of the name of the database. And the name of the what am I saying? Database.
Or am I supposed to like put them together and remove the space?
No, you know, syntax is separated from the from column. So student is the name of the table, and the data focus batch 2 is the name of the database.
Yeah.
That's the syntax to if you want to output or show on the preview pane the type of table you've made.
Oh, okay.
That's it. But what I was going to go on to next, this one, I'm just trying to see if it will show. Because let me share my screen to show you what I'm talking about.
All right then.
Yeah, share my screen. Share my screen 1 second. Let me know if you can see my screen, okay? Is my screen showing now?
Yes. No.
It's not showing? Or is it showing?
It's showing. It's showing.
It's showing. Okay, thank you. I was just trying to explain what taking people along with. So I haven't created a table. I'll just use a different one I have here. Let me use the table here. So favor, because we've not had any data in that table we've created. If we had, you see it here. So this is what I've seen. This is a column I was talking about, the columns and everything you get.
Oh, okay.
With,
Yeah, I do.
So this is a syntax to basically show your table in your. Wait, I think I've got it wrong. Sorry. So this one here should be named on the table instead of the database. So students should be here. Okay, you follow me?
Yes.
So basically,
should I go back to my table to be doing it, or I should wait till I'm sharing my screen?
Yeah, you can do it and share the screen.
I should share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you seeing my screen now?
Right.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Oh, okay.
So students should be here, not data focus part 2. Sorry.
So here.
No, come down to the
here.
Yeah, so replace
So
that.
select student from students.
No, select select a column from the table. So select maybe first name from students. Yeah, just like first name. Don't worry, it won't show there. First name. From students. It won't show because you've not used it before, so it's just like a history type of.
So should I execute now?
Now execute it. Now you can see that as the first name column.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's empty because we haven't put any data
Done
there.
anything to it.
Like we've not write first name Favor, last name Martins, for example. Now.
Yeah.
We'll do that eventually. But that's how you. And also, if you want to just show all the columns, you replace that first name with asterisk. Asterisk basically means show all the columns in that table. So try it. Yeah.
Should I do that now?
Yeah, you can do it now.
Okay. Can execute.
Execute.
Oh.
That's only. Only.
So because students is the primary key, that's why. Oh, student ID is here. Sorry.
Oh, you're about to ask.
I was going to ask. I didn't see the student ID, so I wanted to ask. Like, is it because we're using student? That's why I couldn't like find the student ID. But yeah, it's here.
Okay. So comment out that syntax. Let's move on. So you can just comment out syntaxes, so you can always come out to them if you want to know how to go about it. Like you don't necessarily have to just remove them. You can just comment it out.
Okay.
For some of like history of what you've been doing, or reminder. Yeah. Okay, let's try and alter and drop tables now.
You said what?
Let's try and alter and drop tables. So let's try and alter the table we've created.
Okay.
Well, let's try and drop it first. Let's try and drop it. Drop basically means to remove table from the database. So just write drop table. I think it's drop table. So if you want to know if your syntax is correct, it will still be in blue. You get?
Mm-hmm.
So space and your table name.
So student.
Yeah, student, table we've created.
Mm-hmm.
So execute the
Execute.
syntax.
Do you want me to execute it?
Yeah, executing. Now, it means the table is gone now.
Okay.
So now go to, what's it called? Go to the Object Explorer, refresh it, and check the table if it's still there. Refresh it. Minimize this. Minimize everything. Sorry, minimize the tables rather. Sorry.
I should minimize
The
what?
tables. Add tables.
I don't get what you're saying. Sorry.
So scroll up here. Scroll up.
Yeah.
Scroll sideways.
Sideways how?
Yeah, like that. Minimize the database. Click the minus button to minimize everything. A bit to compress it. What's the word for it? Because sometimes now refresh it and try and open the database and see if the table is still there. See if the syntax really worked. It's just a way of like verifying.
Is this it? Should I
Yeah.
click on data focus too again?
Yeah, just check what the table is and tables. It's gone now.
Yeah, it's gone.
So that's one way to remove the table. You can also do it in a point and click way by right clicking and deleting, but just so you know it. So comment out drop table and uncomment create table and create table again, return table. So comment this one out first.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said I should uncomment what? This?
The create table syntax. Because
Okay.
right now you don't have any table. You want to create it again.
Okay.
Now
Then
execute.
execute.
Yeah. Means your table is back there now. A new table, obviously. Okay. So that was okay, comment it and let's move forward. Okay, comment it out, brother.
You said what?
Comment it out, the syntax.
Okay.
And this commenting out is just to make sure that when you execute, you don't execute everything together. Although you can also, I think someone mentioned earlier, you can also highlight it and execute a specific syntax. Let's see if you haven't commented it out, just make it easier for you.
I've done that.
Okay, 1 second, sorry. Okay, let's try and add an extra table to the, sorry, an extra column rather. Let's try and add an extra column to the table we've created.
So I should go back to create table?
No, just a new syntax.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see, create column, 1 second. Okay, so to add a column, the syntax would be alter table, name of the table, then add column name. So try it. So alter table, that's the syntax. Alter table.
Yeah.
No, don't comment it. Just start here. The alter table is syntax.
So what should I write?
Alter table. So alter table is the name of the syntax. If you want the route of adding a new column to a table, alter table, then your table name. In this case, a student.
Students.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, there's a problem here. You see that drop student drop. No, don't delete it. It's okay.
Okay.
There's a mistake you made when you're commenting out. You've commented out. Let me see. I think you haven't closed a comment. That's why everything you write from there will still be in green. You have to close one of those.
I closed this.
Yeah,
this.
It hasn't closed the create table comment properly. So the forward slash is supposed to.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be Eric.
And that's why.
/. Thank you.
So now type and see it should not be in green, it should be in black or blue. Okay, it's in black. So alter table is the syntax.
Alter table. Student, yeah?
Yeah, student, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Trying to put a new column. So add is a syntax to add to create a column. No, okay, add. So let's maybe create a new table. Let's say country, for example. A new column, sorry, new column. Add country. Then assign data type, square brackets. Country is obviously letter, so that would be varchar. No, varchar is the data type for letters. So varchar.
So this.
Okay, and then null. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, execute it. No, remove the comma.
Oh, I should.
It's showing red. The comma is if you want to do something else. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So it means if we're correct, we have successfully included a new column to the table, students. So you might want to cross-check and refresh it, go to the Object Explorer, open the table and see if,
I should close all of this, yeah?
Yeah, close it just the same way we did and refresh it.
Refresh. Then open again.
Yeah, and go all the way to that table and see, or to the column rather, and see if you have an extra column there with the name country. No, click it again and click column.
You said?
Click it, yeah, click columns.
Oh, yes.
The country. Yeah. Now also let's output it as a table. Go to our syntax, select asterisk from students.
You said?
Go to that syntax, the third to the last syntax. Select from students. Uncomment it and execute it.
Uncomment it and do what?
Execute it. Yeah. Wait. 1 second. Comment, yeah. That's what she wait. Comment because, or you know what? Highlight it and execute it. Because if you execute it without highlighting, you execute all the syntaxes there. Execute it. You can see now you have country there, an extra column.
Yeah.
So that's drop table, alter table. Add this to table. This one. So let's quickly try and add. Let's try and add some details to the table. before we finish, so at least you can see how it looks when you have like information tables and how it outputs. Just 1 second, let me bring out these taxes. Okay, comment out the select from students and the other syntax as well. Okay. Second.
With this one?
Yeah, comment that one out as well. Okay, so let's quickly just do this one and then. So obviously the columns or the table is empty. There's nothing there. It's just empty columns. Let's try and add something to these columns. Let's say maybe for names, add something in there. Country, city, city. So the syntax would be insert into the table name. You know, in this case, students. An open bracket.
I'm here, you said?
So the syntax is insert into. So basically put something in your column.
Insert?
Into.
Mm-hmm.
Then the table. So we are inserting into the table. The student, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yeah, you can put your name there. So that will be open bracket.
My name?
Yeah, no, open bracket. This is open circular bracket. And the square one.
What's first name?
Wait, no, sorry, first. The name of the column first. I'm sorry. So first name.
I don't get, I'm confused.
So space.
Insert into students.
Yeah, space, open bracket, then open bracket. So basically trying to insert values in the columns. So the column name, so let's say first name, yes, first name. For example now.
Yeah.
Don't close bracket yet. So you name all the columns there. So we insert something into all of them. So comma, then last name, comma, date, like that. You understand? Oh. Yeah.
City. Yeah.
Then country.
Student ID.
Yeah.
Date.
Anyway, space between city and that comma. So there should be spaces there between the commas. You understand? So I think that's the reason for the red line.
Like this?
Yeah, and then space between last name and city as well.
Like this?
Okay, now close the brackets. And then
I think student first name, last name, city, country, dates.
Oh, country. So it should
yeah,
be in
added country.
But sorry, it should be in order. So that first name.
Oh, it has to be in order.
Yeah, yeah.
First name, last name, date, then city. So I should close bracket.
Yeah, close brackets. Now, press enter, go to a new paragraph.
Sorry, the student's ID too.
Yes, sorry,
before first
name. The ID, the first column. Sorry, I missed that one.
So student ID before first name, self.
Yeah, as the first column. Yeah, comma. Okay, now go to a new paragraph. Let's put the values. So the syntax will be values. Type values. Yeah.
Add values.
No, sorry. I'm just saying type values. Well, values.
Oh, I thought I had add values.
Sorry, just values, and then open brackets, and then the corresponding value to the corresponding, what's it called, table name.
What
So
will
maybe
student name be? Student
student
ID.
ID, just put maybe just put 1, for example. Then favor.
Like this?
You know, for the date, instead of slash, try and use a hyphen. I have hyphen as mine.
So like this.
Yeah.
So
So
like
let's
this.
try and execute and save. Incorrect syntax near kingdom. Where is kingdom? Okay. Okay. So that probably it's not even the issue, sir. You know, the values can have space. It's only the column name that won't have space.
It's already what?
The values can have space. Like the United Kingdom can be spaced out, for example. It's fine. It's only like names of column that you probably won't have spaced them out. That's not even the main issue. So go back to the create table syntax. Just scroll up.
Yes.
Yeah. So comment it out first. So for first name, last name, and city, open bracket after the voucher and put 50.
50?
Yeah, open bracket, that's number of characters is allowed to have. I didn't indicate it earlier. So open bracket 50, close bracket, open bracket 50, close brackets. Basically, number of characters that volume is allowed to have for the value.
Even for date and like everything all the way down.
Okay, all the way to data. All the way to city as well. And city. 50. And then execute it again. We close the, what's it called? The square bracket for dates.
Oh.
Yeah. And then highlight everything, then execute it. So from the bracket, from the close bracket to create table.
From here?
From the close bracket to create table, highlight it.
To this place?
No, the close bracket, the last bracket down, the close bracket. Yeah, highlight it up to create table. Execute it. Yeah.
Column parameter or variable.
Wait, we even have same table name.
Yeah? Hello.
Yeah, go on.
The date.
Yeah.
Should not have any. This 50 in front of the date does not stand for the date time.
You're right, because even in the syntax Olamide said, there's no 50 here. So perhaps I want to remove it here. Those 50 years just for the.
I should highlight it now. Guys, yeah. It's 2 o'clock already. do you want to continue, or should we take a, let's stop now? And Afiz, you will write this as an assignment. So they'll complete the table creation, everything I sent to you, they should complete it and have it done before the next class.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah. What do you guys think? Yes.
All right, guys. So it was nice. I just wanted to get feedback. Did you guys enjoy the fact that it was a practical class? Because I think that that's way better for you to learn and just understand what you're doing. Now you can go ahead to create your other tables, put the columns in, use your insert statements, and add your data into your table and your database. Okay, so let's round up, because I know that 4 hours is a lot at once. So okay, amazing. I like that you guys like the practical. So you will do the same thing for your tutorials on Friday. It will be practicals as well, just so that you can get your hands dirty and you know what you're doing. And when someone outside asks you something, even if they are shortcuts to do all of these things you're doing, there will be a different confidence that you would have, that you would exude, that you would know that, okay, I know what I learned and I know what I'm doing. Okay, so let's round it up this week. Afiz, in addition to the assignments, the other assignments I said you should do, just help me write out what they should do with this one, with the scripts I sent you. You can send it to me if you want me to have a look at it. And then if I have anything else to add to the assignment, we'll add to it. And then, as usual, submission is
Thursday, 9 p.m.
Thursday, 9 p.m. Okay? All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Have
very
a
much.
very
I'm sorry,
good.
Afiz, wait. I have a question. Sorry.
Yeah, ask a question.
So how do I now do this now? Because it's saying there's already an object named student in the database.
Yeah, because you have to draw the table first and create it. That's why there's already an
I have
existing
to
table.
what?
You have to delete this table, students. So you see that syntax, drop table students.
Yes.
Yeah, you execute it because we already have a table named students already. So you can't create it again. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it won't go. So you might want to drop it, then recreate it with that values we just entered. So on comment out.
Also, sorry, Afiz, I
Yeah.
don't want you to spoon feed them. With what Afiz has done with you guys today, you should be able to do everything else that he's going to tell you to do for assignments this week. And again, I have told you guys, there's no spoon feeding. I want you to encounter challenges and come to the group chat and say, Mide, this is what is going on. If you don't encounter challenges, you're not going to learn. You're just going to be doing A plus A, B plus B. Mide said I should do this, I've done it. But if you do it yourself, you encounter challenges, you're trying to create something, SQL is telling you there's an invalid object, that you will go and Google, you will go and watch, you will go and research, and that's how you learn. And that's what I want. So that's why we're going to end this class now. Afis is going to do the assignments, put it together for everybody. Afis, we can do it in a Word document, please, so I can have a read before you send it out.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you. And going forward, whatever it is that he tells you to do, if you have challenges, put it on. That's why you have the WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group is not there for decoration. Take a screenshot and say, this is what I'm going through, and I've tried to Google it. I've tried to look for answers. I'm unable to find answers. I'm unable to, I don't know what's going on. And that way, other people might have even gone through that challenge and can help you. You guys came back this morning and you're like, oh, Amawumi really helped us with the way we did this. That's the beauty of working with a team. That's the beauty of having someone in your team that might have gone through it and you don't have to go through the challenge. So if you're having those challenges, don't come to me first and say, because I'm going to ask you what you've gone to, if you've gone to research and you've gone to look for the answer. And I'm going to ask you if you've implemented anything. If you don't, I'm not going to teach you anything. So if you have that challenge, you've looked at all the solutions, but you don't know how to go about it, come to the group chat. If I'm not able to answer immediately, Afiz would definitely answer you immediately. He's available for you guys as often. I want to close this chat now. Omaumi, your hands are raised.
The last Excel assignment you gave us, the one about the ifs and the nested ifs and
Mm-hmm.
The last one, the very last column, we weren't able to get it. As in, we didn't get it right eventually.
Why was that not brought up in at the beginning when I asked questions? Okay, we'll do that in the next. Someone should remind me. We'll do that in the next tutorial. We'll have a look at it. Okay, is that all for today? All right, guys. Have a nice weekend. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I know your
Hello.
brains are hot.
Hello.
Yes.
One other question.
Yep.
Can we have two facts table in a data set? Like,
Yeah, that's possible. So
okay.
you can have an others table and an others details table. However, you most likely will still have to carry everything into one fact table.
So eventually, what you still have to have at the end of the day is just one fact table, right?
Yes, just because it will make life easier for you. But if they create the data set, can they do that? Yes. They can create a data set or a database and you have two fact tables. However, you as a data analyst should know, please, who is that? Mute your mic. You as a data analyst should know that for things to be easy for you to analyze, you should take everything into one.
Thank you.
Any other question? No? Okay. Have a good evening, guys. Enjoy your weekend and enjoy yourself. And those that haven't completed their Excel assignments, I'm waiting for it. The challenge the Excel you have a look into it again this weekend. See if, I don't know, Afis, were you part of their tutorial yesterday?